Zero, my random moose brains, Roguebox, set of words, Miss Mix, J Detective, the closer, Skatika Party Buns, Lanoy, hello, welcome, 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 welcome. Hi, Green Ninja, how are you? How is everyone? How is everyone on this hot, summer day? Hi, Veda. I feel like I'm too low. I feel like I'm too low for this frame. Should I be higher? Should I be higher? I'm gonna lift my chair. That's better. Tick-tack, clickety-clack, tingle. It's an exceptional couple of warm days, so not saying anything, and we'll hope it starts raining again. Yes, I feel that, Balesian. I feel that. It is definitely warm. Cool shirt, cool thoughts. That's a good set of words. I am glad that you're feeling cool today. Hello, broken cycles. I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I'm coming into this stream with some weird energy because I just got off of a kind of intense, like 1 hour phone call that I wasn't planning on having. So if my brain seems a little bit like I'm not quite here yet, it's because I'm still loading. Okay, I'm still loading. I was so ready for this stream, y'all. I was so ready. I was all set up. And I was like, okay, time to get in the good headspace. And I got this phone call. It wasn't a bad phone call. Well, I mean, it kind of was, but it wasn't terrible. Basically just one of my friends is having some pretty scary health issues. But it's hopefully gonna all be okay. But my brain is still loading. On all of it. Hello, NGO. Oh, a set of words. Yes, what an excellent time for a tarot reading. Truly. Good way to reset the tone. Hi, Chompy. Let's see, what do the cards have? What do the cards have for a set of words? set of words we have the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Wands. The Ace of Wands, the Seven of Swords, Seven of Swords, Seven of Swords, and the Lovers. The Lovers. So definitely a feeling of newness. I kind of feel like refreshed. There's like a refreshing feeling to this, but also a little bit of secrecy. I think the secrecy is because of the newness, though. The secrecy is because of the newness. It's not because of something nefarious going on. But I feel like in your world set of words, there might be a new endeavor that you're embarking on that feels really, really good because you're just at the start of it. Feels very synergist, Albion, thank you so much for your Prime. And Resident Badger, thanks for gifting a sub. Thank you. Ashk, L, B, Ishk, I, G. Thank you, Albion. Thank you for your Prime. For Resident Badger, Ark, E, Ashk, I, Disk, Ishk, N, T, underscore, shk, B, Ishk, D, G, shk, Isk, Ark, Resident Badger, thank you. And thanks, Set of Birds, for the 100 bits. Thank you, Set of Birds, for the 100 bits. We halfway to hype. Alright. Yeah, Set of Words, I feel like there's maybe a new endeavor, new project, new environment that has a really refreshing vibe to it for you. A sense of newness, a sense of synergy, a sense of really just light energy. I feel like, yeah, there's definitely like meeting people for the first time kind of energy. But then this is kind of a card about secrecy. The Seven of Swords. So I feel like there might be something hidden that will come to light that might put a little bit of a damper on things. Something hidden that might come to light and put a little bit of a damper on things. But I don't think it's going to be that bad. Honestly, I feel like it's kind of going to be like oh well, nothing's perfect. That's kind of the vibe I get. Like there's a feeling of perfection and excitement, and then eventually there will be a little bit of like well, nothing's perfect. A little bit of that is on its way. But hey, don't let that ruin that drive, okay? Don't let that take away your drive and your feeling of lightness, okay? I'm sure there's still plenty to enjoy with whatever this little endeavor or space is. A baby coming? No, I don't feel like it's a baby coming. That would be a different reading, honestly. Triplets. Maybe. You never know. true. Yes, every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's when I stream. Clickety clack. My cat's up to some tomfoolery. Clickety clack, clickety clack. Cats are tomfoolery. You're so right. You're so right, NGO. Truly. Today I groomed her for a really long time with one of those cat brushes, you know, those bristly cat brushes. And I had a pile of fur this big, and I wasn't even finished. She was finished. She walked away, and I was like, okay, I'll let her be. But I could have gone more. I could have gone even farther. Because I basically just did one side of her body, because she was laying down, and I was just doing that one side. I wasn't flipping her over. And I got a pile of fur this big out of her. A dense pile of fur this big out of my cat. And then she walked away. She's so sheddy. Sinjobe, thanks for the gifted sub. Thanks for the gifted sub, Sinjobe. Thanks for the gifted sub, Sinjobe. S, I, sk, M, k, C, H, k, O, sk, B, k, E, sk. Thanks, Sinjobe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Click. Hi foodie, hi foodie. I'm doing well today. I'm doing well today. This week, y'all, I have not been on my normal schedule. I've been basically on a day schedule all week this week, which is really weird for me. It's really weird. I've been waking up in the morning, going to sleep at night, which has changed my life a little bit. I want to be back on my normal next week. Next week I need to try and actually achieve my normal. I can't stay long. I'm experimenting with making something I'm calling meatless steak tartare. Thanks. That sounds amazing, Sinjobe. I'm so excited for you. Hope that turns out well. Cats are love, cats are life. Nice. Yes, so true, Dobsonbergs. Night schedule is the best. I agree, NGO. Especially in these hot summer months in the PNW. Like, I don't want to be awake at noon. I just don't want to be awake at noon. And I do want to be awake at 3 a.m. because it feels good outside at 3 a.m. Feels just right. Just right. It's a meatless steak tartare that I'm trying to shape into Jar Jar Binks. Amazing. Sinjobe, I want to see pictures. Can you send pictures? Can you send pictures in the Discord if it turns out okay? Click, click, click. Click, 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 click. Click, click, click. I'm an early bird. I like being up around 9 or 10 a.m. Yeah, I've had eras of being an early bird for sure, but I'm just not in that era right now. Nighttime productivity is greater than daytime productivity. Yes, I 100% agree, Nolward. I'm so much more productive at night. I'm so much more productive at night because I feel like during the day the world just feels more oppressive or something. Leonard Okatsui. Thank you so much for your sub. Thank you so much for your sub, Leonard. Thank you, Leonard. How he hosk and heisk har disk o he t s u I. Thank Geo, I'm with you. I think between 6 and 8 a.m. 6 and 8 a.m. is the best time to go to bed. Best time to go to bed. Alright, what do the cards have for Dachshund? Dachshund. 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 Dachshund, 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 Dachshund. We have the pool, the pool, the pool, the pool, the fool, shka, 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 shka. The Four of Swords, the Four of Swords, and the Star. The Star. Okay, what I'm feeling is literally like recess slash like elementary school lunch period. Like that's what I'm feeling. I feel like there's some middle of the day tomfoolery. Some middle of the day tomfoolery. The middle of the day tomfoolery. Like there's a break, Dachshund. There's a break in a lot of the really serious matters of your life, or you're gonna get a little break. You're gonna get a little break, and it's not gonna be like a complete halt of your responsibilities, the things that you have to do. Those things aren't gonna be completely away out of your mind, but I feel like you're just gonna get a little moment, a little break for some silliness. A little silly little break where you're gonna have some time to act like a child. Act like a child. And I think it's gonna be memorable, okay? I think it's gonna be memorable. It's going to be a blessed little break where you can act like a child and make some beautiful moments for yourself that you'll remember for a long time before you have to go back to your adult world. Something is in my eye. Pirate of the Caribbean era, a little bit. Hi, Sleepy. I like your thoughts on staying up during the night. I like to work later in the day and night, but it just gets so lonely at night. Yeah, it can get lonely at night, but I feel lonelier during the day, honestly, because like during the day I feel like I'm supposed to be talking to people, but there's no one to talk to. But during the night I feel like I'm not supposed to be talking to anyone, so I feel like it's okay to be by myself. Does that make sense? So at night I never feel lonely at night because I just feel like everyone's asleep, whatever. Whereas during the day I'm like, there's no one to talk to. Hello, Glow. Thank you for continuing your gift sub. Hello, Glow. H, O, L, O, W, G, L, O, W. Thank you. Hello, Glow. Welcome to the chat, Leonard. I hope that you sleep well. God, I could use a recess right now. Me too. Here in Brazil, it's almost midnight. Oh, wow. Yeah, you gotta get some rest. Sounds accurate. Wednesday is my next day off and I'm going to State Fair with some friends. Nice. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes. Dude, that's so the vibe. That's actually so the vibe. Y'all are gonna make some magic moments, okay? I know it. I know you're gonna make some magic moments. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. YouTube's open 24/7, thankfully. True. Whenever I'm awake during the day, I find myself like numbing myself to content way more. Definitely at night, I feel like I can be thoughtful and I can be productive and I can write and I can read and I can write and I can read and I can record videos and I can do all these things. I can go on walks. I can just like introspect in peace. I can be in silence and peace. But something about the day, something about that blaring hot sun and the sound of construction and the sound of humans and cars and the feeling that I should eat lunch at noon and eat dinner at 6 and do these specific things with my day schedule. It just feels so oppressive and distracting, and it's like I just need to listen to random YouTube videos in order to feel okay. That's not true. That's an exaggeration. But like, yeah, I feel like it's much more difficult for me to be productive. And so I just end up watching stuff or listening to stuff and not being quite as in myself. Just waiting for the knee bong. No, knee bongs are coming. They're coming, as always. Tick-tack, click-a-clack, tingle. Click-clack, tick-tack, tingle. Click-clack, tick-tack, tingle. Click-clack, tick-tack, tick-tack. Gotta scratch my foot. Scratch, 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 scratch. Bonks coming to a mic near you. Always. Always bikes. Bonks coming to a mic near you. Pumpkin spice. Hello. How are you today? How are you? This is such a good sound, y'all. I love the sound that this box makes. It's so light, so light. Oh, Sinchobe. I'm so glad. I feel like I haven't done anything. But I'm so flattered. Thank you. I just want to make people's days a little bit better. Truly, 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 truly. I just want to make people's days a little bit better, okay? I like your shirt. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Click, 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 click. I used to live in the southeastern US and it's super hot here and the sun is super bright. Right now it's night and I'm doing some writing and it is quiet, or when it is quite peaceful. West Clovis, that sounds lovely. Absolutely lovely. I do miss the southeast often. Just nice to find a familiar place and a familiar face. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. Hi, CD Barra. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. I just got back home. Holy schmoly, was it hot? Yes. Yes. Opening my door is like terrifying right now. Inside, I feel like I've kept it. It's probably like 92, 90, maybe 90, 91, 92 inside right now. Outside, it's about 100 degrees. And every time I open the door, it's like, oh my god. Oh my god. No. No, 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 no. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Hi, Apple Juice. Hi, Apple Juice. And hello, Super4651. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. I watched your affirmations video earlier today. It was incredibly heartwarming. I have actually thought about redoing that one. Not redoing, but making another one of that one, because it's one of my favorites as well. And I feel like it's, I like the spirit of it. I like the spirit of affirmations. I kind of want to do that one again. But I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it, Jumpy. Have you found that you've been able to maintain a relatively positive work-life balance now that you're doing ASMR full-time? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's actually like super easy. I don't have too much of a life to worry about anyway. So that's maybe part of what makes it easy. I do have a little bit of a life. But it's not hard to balance the two. It's not at all hard to balance the two. I definitely struggled more whenever I was working my previous job with the work-life balance. Absolutely. I really liked your gluing your eyes shut video. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. I thought it was fun too. I enjoyed it. I think it also helps that my real life friends, they both do not know anything about ASMR. They know I'm making ASMR, and I talk to them about it sometimes, but like, they don't care about ASMR, they don't watch ASMR, they don't like ASMR. And while there's negatives to that, and that like I can't really involve them in any kind of way, like I can't ask them for video ideas or advice or like things like that. It's kind of nice that like whenever I talk to them, they don't care about my work that much any more than I care about theirs, if that makes sense. I've had friends before that like are really invested in my online stuff because they think that being an online content creator is like just very interesting, and so they really want to talk to me about it all the time, and that can be a little bit like just not how I want to spend my time with my friends. You know what I mean? Talking about a little bit feels good. Being able to vent or whatever about anything that happens feels always having to talk about content creation isn't like my favorite thing. So it's really nice to have friends who don't really care about what I do, honestly. Yes, exactly. I get a break. I get a little bit of a solid break. Have your friends watched your video streams? Some of them have. Some of them haven't. One of my friends has watched probably a significant amount. And then some of my family has. But honestly, my closest friend right now, I don't think has watched any of my stuff at all. Because they don't want to. They're like, ASMR freaks me out. Hello, Eric. Hello, Eric. Hope you're doing well today. That's great to hear. It's nice to have that boundary between work and friends. Yes, definitely. Sanctuaries. Hi, Watersui. 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 Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 hello. How was your Sunday, Sleepy? It was good. It was relaxing. It was rejuvenating. It was rejuvenating. It was rejuvenating. Eric, I've been thinking about going. I don't know why I'm directing this at you. It's because I think you're the only person who I feel like talks about like Christian Catholic stuff in my chat with me. Sometimes other people talk about it too, but this can be, anyone can respond to this, obviously. I've been thinking about going to an Eastern church lately. The closest Catholic church to me, it's Eastern Catholic, so it's not Orthodox. I can't remember. I think it's like a Byzantine rite. But I've never been to a Byzantine church before, so I don't know what it'll be like. But the closest Catholic church to me is and the church that I've been going to most regularly is not an English speaking church. I still get my fill there. I get my Jesus there, but it's very different from like, having a church that I go to where I can like understand the homilies and stuff. And there's really not a Catholic church within like a comfortable driving distance from me that is English speaking. But there is a Byzantine rite Catholic church near me, so I'm thinking about going there. I'm kind of excited about it. The Byzantine Catholics are still in union with Rome, but they, I don't even know actually if the Byzantine rite is in English or not. Usually, I think it might be in Greek, but I'm not sure. Maybe it's in Latin? I have no idea. But I know that they have a church that's like maybe 20 minutes away from where I live, and so I'm thinking maybe I'll just try to go sometimes. NGO, thanks for gifting a sub to Eric. Thank you, NGO. Thank you, NGO. And PSG Davy, thank you as well for your sub. Pishk, ask, G, D, I would say that if it's close enough and you get out of it what you need, then it's probably okay. I agree, Agan. Yeah, Eric, I kind of know, I know that, but I don't know if at most Byzantine churches I am expected to wear a veil, or, because I don't have one. I would love to have one. I think Catholic veils are so pretty, but, most Roman Catholic churches don't really set the expectation for a veil, so I've never owned one. But the really traditional Catholic veils I think are very pretty. But I think it's more common, because I know it's more common for Latin Mass. A lot of people who go to Latin Mass wear veils. I've gone to Latin Mass without a veil, and it feels awkward, but it's just because I don't have one. I think for the Byzantine Rite, they probably wear veils. So I don't know if I'm gonna be weird by not having one. I gotta start over. Whatever. I was just rambling. It wasn't all that important. Hi Gadanar. My grandma's Catholic. Nice. So are mine. You know what? You should get a veil. I should. I think they're really pretty. But I don't know where I should get it from. I'll have to do some research. It's more common in the Eastern Rite, so yeah, go ahead and get one. Cool. The worst thing that could happen is you show up with a veil when you don't need one. Very true. Yes, I know, Eric. I've gone to church and I've seen people with veils before, and I like it. I think it's cool. I doubt they would kick you out for not wearing a veil, but I guess you should go figure out if everyone's actually wearing one. Yeah, I know they definitely wouldn't kick me out. Catholics don't kick people out of church unless they're doing something crazy, but I can't even imagine. I just wouldn't want to stand out too much. I've been thinking about going back to church. I haven't been since I was 16, but I've never stopped loving Jesus. Nice. I'm not sure how they receive communion either. Well, my favorite Catholic church, I'll name it because I don't live there anymore, so it's okay. My favorite Catholic church in Baton Rouge was St. Agatha's in Baton Rouge, a beautiful church in Baton Rouge. And they did communion at the rail, so that's kind of honestly what I love receiving communion at the rail. I think it's definitely my favorite way, rather than in the hand. They had the communion rail, and you had it. They would give it to you on the tongue, which was nice. Sinchope, thank you for your $3. You can stand out more than I did at my cousin's baptisms. Yeah, that's fair. Can dudes wear veils, or do ladies get to have all the fun? I mean, I'm sure they could if they wanted to. Well, actually, maybe they couldn't, because I feel like it's a Catholic thing that, you're not supposed to, wear a hat, or not a Catholic, a Christian thing. It's, disrespectful for men to, wear hats, right? God can't separate yourself. Yeah. Okay, we have 2 tarot redeems that we're gonna do. Man, I stopped going to... Yes, TG Adami? Is that how you pronounce it? Or is that an L? TGL Dame? TGL Dame? Yes. Basically kneel, and they would put the communion on your tongue. Okay, we have a read for Hagen, and then 3 set. Agan, it's not depressing, but it's also not like super positive. It's not like super positive. I feel like in order to maintain your sense of authority, or your sense of like strength, in order to maintain your sense of strength, you're being asked to leave something behind. And maybe even like let something fall apart. I feel like you have to leave something behind and let something fall apart in order to keep your strength and keep your sense of authority. Like, maybe there's been something that you've been trying to maintain, or something that you've been trying to take care of, that you gotta abandon in order to put your energy in places where it would be more productive. So the 8 of Cups is walking away from something, leaving something behind. Death is an ending, to make space for something new. An ending to make space for something new. And then we have the 7 of Wands, which is kind of the struggle to maintain victory. So yeah, I feel like you're just maybe having to realize that your strength could be best put somewhere else instead of the project that you're putting it into. Or it might not be a project, it could be anything, but there's something that you've been pouring a lot of energy into that, yeah, just maybe isn't the best use of your strength, and energy. Okay, and now for 3 set. Reset we have. The Fool, 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 the Fool. Come on, let's focus. There we go. We have the Fool, the 10 of Pentacles, and the Hanged Man. This is so interesting, 3 set. The Fool and the Hanged Man in the same reading is like just very interesting energy to me, okay? Very interesting energy. So first of all, definitely a sense of good. This is a good reading. A sense of plenty and satisfaction. That's what I'm really getting out of these two. Plenty, satisfaction, goodness. The 10 of Pentacles is really like not excess or decadence in like a bad way, but just like a surplus, finally a surplus, a good comfortable surplus. And then the Fool is that just like celebration of, oh, sorry for the, I don't even want to call that a bonk, it was something else. The Fool is bringing in that sense of lightness to the surplus, celebrating the plenty, and I think even it might be implying that you did go on a shopping spree recently. What was that sound? That was a weird sound. I have no idea what that was. It might be kind of implying that you're using this plenty in a way that is just for fun and not for utility, right? So a shopping spree makes sense, right? Just for fun and not for utility. Just for fun and not for utility. The Hanged Man. I feel like is kind of a odd sense of boredom even amidst this. It's not that you're taking it for granted. I don't think you're taking it for granted. I think you understand that you have this like good surplus and that you're like making use of it, you're having a good time, but there's like, it doesn't feel special, and it feels like you're still waiting for things to get better, even though you already have a lot. And that might be an okay choice to make. You know, I feel like there's something better still on the horizon, and that this is just like a comfy goodness, but there's more to come. And you know that, and so it's hard to get excited over this like little goodness, but there's more coming along, okay? Do you ever find yourself making ASMR noises IRL? Oh yeah, all the time, actually. Truly all the time. It is warm. Condensation just dripped on me from my cup. But honestly, it felt good, so I'm okay with it. Sorry for the bonk. Welcome to the chat. Hello. This is a genuine question because I'm not Catholic, but does tarot mesh with it well? No. Well, we've had that discussion before. For sure. I personally don't have an issue with it, but there's definitely a lot of Catholics that do and would. There's also a lot of Catholics who wouldn't, though. For me, I don't believe or try to or intend to communicate with any spirits or entities, or I don't try to peer into things that I shouldn't know. I basically only try to read what the cards present to me about the person asking for the reading, and I almost only do general energy readings. I very rarely say like, this is what you should do, or this is what your angels are trying to tell you, or this is what so-and-so wants of you, like, or this is what will happen. I try and peer more into just like general energy. So it's really just kind of an act of empathy with the person that I'm connecting to. Rather than, like, I don't really consider it an act of divination. But there are a lot of people who, definitely a lot of, well, I don't even know about most. I don't know about most Catholics, but I do know that like most very devout traditional Catholics, and definitely like clergy or people like priests, whatever, they would not look kindly on tarot. So yeah. But that said, you done good. Etsy sells veils. Nice, Eric. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna actually open this up and save it in a tab, okay? There we go. Saved. Saved. Maxwell. I'm so sorry, Eric. Eric, I want you to know that I truly do respect your respect the fact that you take space during tarot readings. But we do have another tarot redeem. For Maxwell, 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 Maxwell. Maxwell, Maxwell, Maxwell. Okay. Okay, Maxwell. We have the Ten of Pentacles. The Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Pentacles. Come on, camera. There was one before Max? Oh, there was one for D-Panda. Oh no. D-Panda, I'm so sorry. I pulled these cards for Max, so I gotta do this one for Max, but I'll do yours right after, okay, D-Panda? My bad, my bad, my bad. Okay, so for Maxwell we have the Ten of Pentacles, the Ten of Swords, and the Queen of Wands. Okay, so for this I'm definitely getting the sense of an ending, a shitty ending, but like thank God it's done. Okay, Max? A bad ending, but thank God it's done, because now things are gonna be so much better. That's really what I'm feeling. So much better, so much better, so much better. Thank God something is done, because now it's gonna be so much better. So the Ten of Swords is your shitty ending, okay? And your Ten of Pentacles is your so much better. It's gonna get so much better. And then your Queen of Wands, Maxwell, is, I think the energy, the burst of energy that you're gonna have in this new paradigm, in this new so much better that you're getting, alright? Maybe in this shitty ending, this other thing that needed to end, the vibe was not good, and because the vibe was not good, you were not your best self. You were not your best self, and maybe it made you not like yourself that much, maybe it made you feel down, but your so much better is coming. Your so much better is right here, okay? And you're gonna be able to be your Queen of Wands. You're gonna, Maxwell, you're about to fucking slay, alright? You're about to slay every day. You're about to slay every day. For new university year, I'm manifesting for good beginning of a mass summer. Yes, yes. Oh my God, that's so perfect for the Queen of Wands. Yes, you're gonna be buzzing with passion and interest, buzzing with passion and interest and curiosity, passion and interest and curiosity, and you're gonna be able to take that into your so much better, okay? It's gonna be a good semester. Good semester. Slay, Maxwell, so true. Alright, T-Panda, thank you for being patient. I'm so sorry I didn't see your initial redeem. Alright, panda. Tea panda. Tea panda, tea panda, tea panda, tea panda. Okay, tea panda. Interesting. Busyness and travel, okay? Movement, busyness, and travel. We have the Three of Pentacles, which is coordinating with other people, maybe assembling resources, and it's doing those things probably, come on, focus. Doing those things in a way that's successful. There we go. Successful and organized. And then the Two of Pentacles is kind of juggling multiple things, okay? Juggling multiple things at once. So both of these give me the sense that you are organizing things and trying to keep all this stuff together and coordinating with probably different people in different spaces, and very like busy energy here. Busy energy here. And then we have the Six of Swords. Which is travel and distance and travel. So this might point to maybe you having to transport things different places, transport things between different people, being a link between lots of different people. Really just a sense of busyness, coordination, and assembling resources. And there's nothing out of balance here, right? There's no out of balance cards here, so I'm getting the feeling that you can do it. It's gonna be okay. You have what it takes to stay organized. Keep your lists, right? Keep your lists all organized. Jot things down. You've got what it takes. Tea Panda. You've got what it takes to organize all of this. Keeping the balance has been insane. Yeah, I'm sure. Sounds about right. But you've been doing it. Click, clack, click, clack. Shook-a-dook-a-doo. Well, you aren't helping at all. Really hard to answer. You just aren't. Wait, what, Angel Monroy? I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, you gonna do angels? Oh no, I do tarots for Channel Point Redeems. I do tarot readings for Channel Point Redeems. But, what were we talking about? We were talking about Catholic stuff. Ghost Roms, hello, welcome to the chat. Hello. Yeah, there's definitely plenty of Catholics who would say that it's not okay to be doing tarot. But also there's a lot of Catholics who do tarot and who have for many decades, perhaps. Well, not perhaps, I was about to say perhaps centuries, but then I was like, well, it wouldn't be called tarot probably, but like acts of things that some people in the church would call witchcraft, but then other people in the church would not call witchcraft. I do not consider myself any kind of practitioner of witchcraft because I I don't, again, commune with any spirits, and I don't do anything by my own power, basically. I don't believe that I have any special power. I'm not doing anything that uses power. um, but I think it scares some people because I think there are genuinely a lot of people who might start doing tarot and really easily get pulled into a much more occult approach to the practice. A Ouija board would be worse. Yeah, probably so. They can get really easily pulled into like much more occultist practices, and I think there's a slippery slope with like a lot of things, right? There's a slippery slope with a lot of these things. I think it's fair that there's some Catholics who probably can't watch certain TV shows because it tempts them in a certain way, because it starts them on a really scary path. And then there's Catholics who could probably go farther than me in terms of like what they expose themselves to. People like people who probably have I don't even know what to call it, resoluteness. The very, very strong, just very, very strong hearts, in the sense that they can be around much more occult practices and occult spaces without making contact with any kind of spirits, or without opening up their hearts into anything dangerous. And that's, I think, up to just different people to discern like where their limits are with what opens them up to anything dangerous and what doesn't. And I think a lot of that can be found in like if you get a sense of temptation, right? Like if I were like watching Harry Potter and it made me tempted to try and not just in a fantasy sense think like, oh, it'd be cool to cast spells, but if I were tempted by watching Harry Potter to like get hardcore into the occult and I don't know, do rituals where I'm like drawing stuff on the ground and lighting candles and calling upon powers that I don't understand, then I should not be watching Harry Potter, because it wakes up something dark in me, right? Something that is against the religion that I have and that I am. But I don't feel that when I watch Harry Potter. I just have a good time watching Harry Potter, so I don't worry about it. And that's similar to how I feel about tarot. Whenever I do tarot, I don't personally feel like I am tapping into anything, really. And I also don't feel like I'm tempted to call upon anything deep or dark or bad. I just feel like I'm connecting with another person. I don't feel like it's super different for me from like choosing a random page in a book to like find advice from, flipping through a random page in a book to find advice from, or walking outside and looking at the clouds and being like, oh look, that cloud looks like a dog, and dogs are your favorite animals. I feel like the sky's telling us to be happy right now. That's just about as deep as it goes with me for tarot. So I don't feel like it's super crazy for me, but there are certainly a lot of Catholics who would say otherwise. I was taught, Lexi Lou, welcome to the chat. As a Christian, I was taught not to mess around with it, so I never have. I actually never knew some religious churches that condone it. Always learning. Anyway, to someone who said Catholicism is very strict, it isn't just Catholics who don't allow tarot, it's a majority of Christianity, and also Judaism, because it's in the Bible, where it says, there shall not be found among anyone who makes his son or daughter pass through fire, one who uses divination, one who practices witchcraft, one who interprets omens, or a sorcerer, one who casts a spell, a medium, or a spiritist. Yeah, I don't feel like I do any of those things. Yeah, and it is also all in the context of the Bible, which a lot of biblical laws, the things that you see in like Leviticus and Deuteronomy, and even some things that you see in the New Testament, and even a lot of things that you see not in the Bible but in the writings of the early church fathers about what was okay and what is not okay for Christians and Catholics to practice, is not in the vacuum of the practice itself. It's in the context of trying to distinguish Catholics and Christians from heretics, or from people who are doing like specific bad things, right? So like passages like things about wearing mixed fabrics in the Old Testament, or things about there's a specific one. Men who dress as women, or women who dress as men. There's passages restricting that in the Old Testament, and it's not because by itself it's like necessarily a bad thing. Like, this is something that we do on stage and theater all the time. It's not a big deal for a woman to wear pants nowadays. But in the Bible, there was a restriction against that because there was I wish I could remember the group in the Old Testament, but there was a pagan group that specifically wore the garb of the opposite gender as a practice to venerate their pagan gods. So whenever the Bible talks about not doing that, it's kind of more saying like specifically, hey, don't do this pagan practice of this specific god, right? And I feel like a lot of restrictions kind of have to be understood in their context like that. Dare to me kind of just feels like a luck game of what comes up and what's on your mind. Yeah. Hello, who's Natha? Welcome to the chat. Sleepy, by what power do you think you're getting a reading from? I don't think I'm getting a reading from any power. Honestly. I don't think there's power involved in it at all. I think there's as much power in a tarot reading as there is in a conversation where you're like present with someone. I'm religious and I'm learning from this combo, so just wondering what you believe in. Cool, Jilly, welcome. My parents are pretty religious, so I grew up not really allowed to wear pants. I had to wear skirts, and it would make my dad upset if I wore pants. Oh, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry. Do you watch horror movies? Yeah, I do. I like horror movies. There are two sets of rules in the Old Testament. There are rules for day-to-day living, and there are rules regarding God's laws. I think all of them are still contextual. Green Ninja, good night. Sleep. I think another thing that helps me be okay with tarot is because my family's done tarot, and my family is very Catholic, and like, I just grew up with it so casually that, like, it just doesn't feel like a crazy, mysterious, powerful anything to me. I grew up with it with, like, in such a casual way, and that's kind of how I feel when I do it. And it's still, like, interesting, and you, like, in the same way that, like, casual conversations can be deeply interesting and you can learn things from them, and casual conversations can have importance. It doesn't mean that you're, like, pulling on any kind of spiritual power, you know what I mean? And so I think that's a big part of why I'm so chill with it. Is tarot a common cultural thing in Louisiana? Yeah, in some parts of Louisiana it can be. I don't think my family has done it in a way that's culturally relevant to Louisiana, though, to give context to that, because the side of my family that does tarot wasn't the Louisiana side, basically. But the Louisiana side of my family did do... There are some people in my family who are, like, faith healers. They're called traiteurs, which is, like, a French word. And that's also a practice that is kind of, it's almost like purpose. It's not really approved by the church, but it's also, like, not really, the church hasn't spoken against it either. The church mostly keeps quiet about, like, old Catholic ladies doing faith healing in their backyard. But definitely things like that are common where I'm from. Good night, J Detective. Good night, J Detective. That's interesting, Xerxes. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm doing any magic, so I don't think I've ever obtained any magic in the first place, so I'm not too worried about losing it. If your priest has counseled against it, then why would you do it? I haven't had a priest counsel against it. I've just talked to a priest about it. And it was a pretty, honestly, it was a weird conversation, but they weren't, like, they mostly found it interesting, but they weren't, like, interested in, like, a you should do this kind of way. They were kind of just, like, baffled and interested. Interested in this, in the way that they saw it as something foreign, not interested in that they thought it was, like, intriguing, but it was very foreign to them. And that was kind of all the conversation was. What's your favorite ASMR trigger? I like hand movements. Hand movements. Hand movements. Hand movements. Hand movements. And I like soft speaking. Soft speaking. These kids on their skateboards outside are really in my ear. Really in my ear right now. Yes, and you. Oh, you like the jellyfish. I like the jellyfish too. How hot is your apartment? I don't have a thermostat in here, but if I had to guess, I would probably say it's around 90 degrees inside. It's cooled down significantly outside from the start of the stream because the sun is going down now. At the beginning of my stream, it was 100 degrees outside. According to my computer, right now it is 89 degrees outside. So just in the span of an hour and a half, it's gotten way cooler. So that's nice, that's nice. That's fair, Eric. At the end of the day, like, I think the biggest, most simplest way that I can explain my views on tarot is just that, like, I feel like the church doesn't understand what I'm doing. And that makes me, whenever I look at the laws around, like, divination, I'm like, I'm not doing that. So I feel like it just doesn't apply. But I can understand why that would seem hypocritical, like, genuinely truly, really truly. And I don't really have a good answer for it. I just don't feel like I'm doing anything occult. But I do try to be a good Catholic in the ways that I believe are important. Hello, Julian YN. Lemon, I'm doing well today. How are you? I've always thought the idea of humans trying to tell other humans how to relate to God to be silly. That's, well, I feel like it's kind of like anything else. If someone has experience in something, then I think it's okay to give advice. And if someone doesn't have experience, they probably shouldn't be giving advice. Just like anything else. Thank you, Agan. Do you have any thoughts on mega churches? They're really big. Hey, I did redeem a name trace. Oh my goodness, pair of jeans. I'm so sorry. Here you go. So sorry. You don't sound demanding at all. Thank you for letting me know. P A I R O F G J E A M Ashk. Thank you, pair of jeans. guess like another just important note for me is that like I am not a theologian, I'm not a spiritual expert, I'm not a mystical expert, and my views are evolving and changing, and I'm learning a lot all the time. And that's just the way it is, you know? I don't want anything I say to be like, for people to hear it and think like, oh, what Sleepy's doing is like important. It's not. I'm just doing my best, frequently failing, frequently messing up. I get the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed mixed up sometimes when I say them, you know? Yeah, I definitely have had phases in my life where I was like much more dogmatic with my faith, and I've also had phases of my life where I was like basically an agnostic, maybe teetering on atheist. And neither of those phases, I think, yelled. Neither of them yelled good fruit for me. Because in my atheist / agnostic phase, I felt like I was denying a part of myself that had been like ingrained in me from childhood. And it was like there were truths that I knew, and I couldn't pretend like I didn't have an awareness of God. Whereas a lot of atheists and agnostics, I think, feel the opposite. They grow up in religious families and they're like, why the fuck am I playing pretend all the time? And they feel like they're not being true to themselves. And for me, it was just the opposite. I felt like I was raised in this faith and I believed it. I believed it so firmly as true in my heart. And even though at some point in my like later teenage years, in my head, I was like, this is all kind of silly and the church does so much bad stuff and all of this is like, there's a lot of just yikesy things going on. Maybe I should just not believe in this. I can't prove it, blah, 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 blah. And I kind of just forgot about it. I wasn't going to church. I was like, whatever. But I felt like I was like, over time, it was just kind of gnawing at me. And I felt like there was I wasn't being myself. And when I went back to church for the first time after that, I was like, I cried because I felt like I had come back home, you know? It was a very classic coming back home feeling, you know? And I felt like I could be much more genuine and much more true to myself if I just admitted I believe in God, I love God, I love Jesus, I love Mary, I love the saints, I love Catholicism, I love this religion, and I also believe in this religion, and I can't not, because it's just what I am. And then yeah, there was also a phase in my life where I was like, oh gosh, I just moved myself. Sorry guys. That's never happened before. I've also had phases of my life where I was much more dogmatic, and it led to a lot of isolation, and honestly, like I was having bad dreams a lot. because I was kind of, I don't know, I was just freaking myself out with religion. I was just kind of going crazy brained a little bit with religion. And it was giving me anxiety. I was having bad dreams. I couldn't stop thinking about really hefty spiritual topics and ideas and anxieties, and I think it is good that I've relaxed a little bit on those things, and it's also good that I've allowed myself to spread my wings just a little bit, and allowed myself to make contact with other forms of knowledge in the world and not just insulate myself in the Catholic bubble. The Catholic, not even bubble, just the Catholic brain where all I'm thinking about is Catholic shit. It's good to open up a little bit. Y'all have said some stuff. Let's see. Gamer guy, welcome to the chat. I agree. I think everyone should just love and respect each other. I kind of resonate with that. I don't know if I believe it, but I think what's important is how I treat others and being empathetic. Yeah, I agree, Tollable. Frequent Blondie says, for now I'm in church. That's seemingly open to people of all walks. Been around very religious parents and went to church where everyone did. 99% of the church was very prejudiced. Yeah, that can be very rough. Yeah, so many people have had so many wildly different experiences with religion, and I think it's just so important to listen and understand that people have had wildly different experiences, and so you have to take their current spiritual life and understand their current spiritual life as a result of their context, okay? There's so many churches that suck. There's so many churches that suck. There's so many churches that are great. So many churches that are great. And that's just, that really colors people's experiences. And also people's families, people's schools, people's towns. You can't just look at a Christian and really assume anything about them just knowing that they're a Christian. You can't look at an atheist and assume much about them just knowing they're an atheist. It's just not an isolated attribute. Any recommendations from your Catholicism shelf? It depends on if you're already Catholic or not. And it also depends on what your interests are. If you're already Catholic, Brant Petrie is an excellent author. I really enjoy a lot of his books. He talks about the Jewish roots of the Eucharist, the Jewish roots of Mary, and Jesus the Bridegroom. Those are my favorite works by him. Jesus the Bridegroom, the Jewish roots of Mary, and the Jewish roots of the Eucharist. But those are definitely books for if you're already Catholic. If you're not Catholic, if you want, gosh, I don't know, actually. Those books might be okay if you're not Catholic as well. But if you're really just interested and you want to approach it more as a fun interest, then I think the biographies of the saints are super fun. I have The Little Flowers of St. Francis, which is one of the earliest records that we have of St. Francis. And he is really a mythological figure in this book, which I love. It feels like you're reading a Greek myth, reading about St. Francis going around the world and being he's kind of trickster god / wisdom god, telling people these little bits of wisdom and knowledge and testing Francis. It's very fun. The Little Flowers of St. Francis. Hi, McJake. Hi, McJake. Such a good topic. I feel like we're being loved by God just because of this conversation. I hope God saves. Praise be his name. I love trickster stories. I love hearing about Odin and Hermes and Loki. Yes, if you like those stories, I honestly recommend The Little Flowers of St. Francis. I'll go get it just so y'all can get a taste of the vibe, okay? I'm gonna be right back. Okay, we're back. So it's pretty short. It's pretty small. The Little Flowers of St. Francis. Translated by E.M. Blakelock and A.C. Keys. I gave you all kind of a little bit of an explanation of what it's about, but I feel like maybe the introduction of this book will give you. Here we go. More of an explanation. This translation of the Acts of St. Francis and his companions comprises all 76 chapters of the Latin text, edited and first published in 1902 by Paul Sabatier, a biographer of St. Francis. The author of most of the Actus was Brother Ugolino da Monte Santa Maria, writing some 100 years after the death of St. Francis. So most of this was written in the years 11 to 1200s, and then it was written in Latin after that, and then it's been translated to English. So these are old stories from the 11 to 1200s, and really the first record of stories that we have about St. Francis. Can I post a link to a reading list from one of my favorite Catholics? I've been working my way through it over the years, and even though I'm not religious myself, I love reading about Catholic philosophy and history. Yeah, go ahead, Aunt Olivia. It's fine. Relax. Augustine. Are we Augustine anti-fans? I don't know if I should read this because it gets pretty it's pretty like religious. It's very religious old text. It has the vibe of an extremely religious text. But it is definitely it's a fun read. Nationwide is on your side. You betcha, Yukon. Welcome to the chat. So interested? Okay, fine. The way it starts off is just so very Catholic. Chapter 1. To the praise and glory of our Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Father Francis, the record of certain notable facts concerning Francis and his companions, and certain remarkable deeds of theirs which have been passed by, and the legends concerning him, and which were also profitable and devout. First, it must be borne in mind that our blessed Master Saint Francis, in everything he did, was like Christ. Just as Christ, at the beginning of his ministry, chose 12 apostles who abandoned all things, so the Blessed Francis had 12 picked companions who chose the most abject poverty. And just as one of the apostles hanged himself, so one of the companions mentioned, Brother John of Capella, hanged himself. And just as they were a source of wonder to the whole world and full of the Holy Spirit, so those most holy companions of the Holy Saint Francis were men of such saintliness that the world had never seen their like since the time of the apostles. One of their number was caught up to the third heaven, to wit, Brother Giles, and one, Brother Philip Longus, was touched on the lips like Isaiah with a burning coal. One, Brother Sylvester, used to speak to God as a friend with friend, so unsullied was his person. One would wing his way like an eagle to the light of God's wisdom, to wit, Brother Bernard, the most humble man, who explained the scriptures most profoundly. Another was sanctified by God and canonized in heaven, while still living in this world. This was Brother Rufino, as though made holy before birth, a man most faithful to Christ, a nobleman of Assisi. So all shone with a special privilege, as will appear in what follows. Of them all, the firstborn and foremost in point of time and outstanding sanctity was Brother Bernard of Assisi, who was converted thus. And then it goes to the story of Brother Bernard's conversion. Oh, sorry for the bonk, sorry for the bonk. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack. 12 bros committed to fucking around and finding out. True. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Sleepy used bonk. It was super effective. Yes. Yeah, no problem, Sublime. A video called Oops, All Bonks. Gosh. What if I did? That sure would be something. Tick tack tinkle, 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 tick tack tinkle. Click, 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 click. The hour-long bonk compilation I've been pushing. Oh my goodness, my deepest shame. Yeah, we'll save that for the self-roast. Click, 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 click. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack, click, clack. I'm saving for poetry. Ugh. Man, honestly, I would love some poetry right now. Someone should redeem a poetry. Jerome! Thank you, Jerome. Thank you, Jerome. Alright, gamer guy. What would you like? What would you like me to read for poetry? Alexandra with the name trace. I did that wrong. Gonna start over. A L E J X M D crashes against the window. Maybe it's time to let someone in, but what if nothing's changed? And everything is exactly as it's been. Lighting, it's time to illuminate the matter. I need to stop believing how love results in a plate only after it's shattered. There's a knock on the door, but who could it be at this hour? And should I let them in? I open it to find only a single sunflower. That's very pretty, gamer guy. I'm gonna do it again. The rain crashes against the window. Maybe it's time to let someone in, but what if nothing's changed and everything is exactly as it's been? Lightning, it's time to illuminate the matter. I need to stop believing how love results in a plate only after it's shattered. There's a knock on the door, but who could it be at this hour? And should I let them in? I open it to find only a single sunflower. Very nice, gamer guys. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack. Click, clack. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack. Click, clack. Pumpkin spice. What would you like me to read, pumpkin? Pumpkin, 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 pumpkin. Pumpkin, pumpkin. Goblin Market. If it's too long, I just won't do the whole thing, but I will look it up and see. Damn, this is definitely too long. This is definitely too long. But we'll do the beginning, okay? Morning and evening, maids heard the goblins cry, "Come buy our orchard fruits, come buy, come buy." Apples and quinces, lemons and oranges, plump unpecked cherries, melons and raspberries, bloom-down checked peaches, swart-headed mulberries, wild freeborn cranberries, crab apples, dewberries, pineapples, blackberries, apricots, strawberries, all ripe together in summer weather. Morns that pass by, fairs eves that fly, come by, our grapes fresh from the vine, pomegranates full and fine, dates and sharp bullaces, rare pears in green cages, damsons and bilberries, taste them and try, currants and gooseberries, bright fire like barberries, figs to fill your mouth, citrons from the south, sweet to tongue and sound to eye, come by, come by. Evening and evening among the brookside rushes, Laura bowed her head to hear, Lizzie paled her blushes, crouching close together in the cooling weather with clasping arms and cautioning lips with tingling cheeks and fingertips. Lie close, Laura said, pricking up her golden head. We must not look at goblin men, we must not buy their fruits. Who knows upon what soil they fed their hungry, thirsty roots? Come by, called the goblins, hobbling down the glen. And we'll have to. I need to clear my throat, y'all. Just a sec. There we go. We'll have to leave it at that cliffhanger. Yes, Burrow. Oh, you're welcome, Hagen. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Clearing throat compilation after the bonk up. No. Please, no. No. word glorious is here, okay? Feel like you're in your glory. You're in your glory. You're in your glory. So the sun, I think, here is just revealing you. The sun is revealing you in your glory, alright? The Nine of Pentacles. Truly, if any card is a sleigh, it's the Nine of Pentacles, alright? The Nine of Pentacles is feeling themselves, feeling gorgeous, feeling lavish. There's a sense of lavishness. So I feel like you yourself are in the sun right now. You're in the sun. And everyone can see how. Everyone can see you in your glory. Everyone can see you in your glory, okay? And then the Page of Pentacles. The Page of Pentacles. I feel like the Page of Pentacles is just like, honestly, I'm getting the feeling that you have, I don't even know what I mean by this. I don't know what I mean by this, but I feel like you have like a little thing up your sleeve. I don't feel like it's a trick. I feel like it's a treat. I feel like you have a little treat up your sleeve. Like everyone sees you in your glory, and they don't even know the little secret that you're hiding. The sweet little secret that you're hiding. They don't even know the sweet little secret that you're hiding. But you have one. And, it might also be that even if you don't know what this sweet little secret is, even if you don't know what this sweet little secret is, Sally, I think the people who are closest to you, they see your secret little treat. Okay? They see your secret little treat. And it adds like, it's like a whole nother flavor on top of why they value you. Whole nother flavor on top of why they value you. Like, the people who you care about are like, damn, they slay. That person slays. Sally slays. But also, I know that Sally's even more than this, than what they're serving right now. And that's what really makes them special. Sally, you got a specialness about you, okay? Don't forget your specialness. You're very special. Do we have another poetry redeem that I missed? Let's see. Aw, I'm glad you like the reading, Sally. How long have you been into tarot? My mom did it when I grew up. So I've kind of been exposed to it for most of my life, but I started actually doing it myself probably within the past like 6 or so years, six-ish years. Yes, Hagen, one day, I'm sure. Honestly, Hagen, here's a way to hack the reading, okay? Here's a way to hack the reading. Or at least to try. We'll try this next time. The next time you get a reading, while I'm shuffling, while I'm trying to connect with you, you gotta just think about, like, the things in your life that are going well. Okay? Just think about the things in your life that are going well. And send that energy to me. Think about the things that in your life that are going well. Send that energy to me. And then I'll get that, okay? I'll get that energy. NGO. NGO. Let's see. What do the cards have for NGO? Hi, JD. NGO. 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 Okay, for you, NGO, we have the Eight of Pentacles. The Eight of Pentacles. Click, 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 click. Shka, shka, shka. It's okay, JD. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You've been great. I'm glad that you've been able to get work done. And then NGO, we have the Wheel of Fortune, the Wheel of Fortune, and the Tower, the Tower, the Tower. So NGO, I feel like something is falling apart, but it's not scary. I feel like you expected it to fall apart, even though you're not in control of it, and even though it kind of sucks. I feel like something is falling apart, and you're like, yep, I expected to have to rebuild this. I kind of expected to have to rebuild this, because this is just what happens. This is the thing that comes around. This is the thing that comes around. This was bound to happen eventually. Yeah, this was bound to happen eventually. This was bound to happen eventually is kind of the vibe. But also, you are working hard to, you have the ability and the expertise to work hard and amend the situation, okay? We have our little hard workers here. Hard workers here in the Eight of Pentacles. I feel like you have the ability, you have the strength, you have the resources, you have the time, you have the fortitude to commit to rebuilding this. Oh my god, my brain gets so backwards. There we go. To fix this falling apart that was bound to happen, okay? There was a falling apart that was bound to happen, but you can fix it. You can fix it. You can fix it. You can fix it. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, clack, clack. Tired Teo, this is the Anima Mundi Tarot. Anima Mundi. Anima Mundi means animal soul. Animal soul. Shka, 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 shka. Click, click. I adore a tower moment. Yes. Sometimes you do gotta have a tower moment, don't you? Interesting. Not sure what it could be referring to, but we keep trucking. Yes. We do keep trucking. We do keep trucking. Thank you. Thank you so much for saying that. Okay, I'm actually going to take a break. Take a break right now. And I'll be back in around 5 or so minutes. Be back in around 5 or so minutes. And I'll see y'all there. Then. I am back. I am back. Sorry that took a little bit longer than usual. I was looking at a thing that everyone should know. There is just so everyone knows, there's a bunch of hacked partner accounts on Twitch right now who are coming into stream chats and linking a dangerous link that basically will snag your account. So if anyone comes into the chat with a little purple partner check and immediately posts a link or tries to direct you to a website, don't go to it. Don't go to it. Do not go to the website. It is bad. It is bad. It is bad. Yes, we did put a thing so that links can't come through, but just in case they get past the filters. It's good to know. And it's also good to know in case y'all are in anyone else's Twitch chats or whatever. We disabled links in chats, but they're using real weird domains that Twitch may or may not cover with their filters. Yes. Thank you for saying that in better words, Brandon. Thank you. Click, clack, click, clack. But I need to drink some more water. I got up and I refilled my water, but I didn't actually drink any. Silly. Yes, water is good, and yeah, so true. Can't get enough. I know. You'd think that like one day I would drink enough water that I wouldn't have to ever drink anymore, but I just keep needing more water. All the time. Click, clack. Yes, you're welcome for the warning. Thank you, Prime Token, for bringing this to me and the other mods' attention. Thank you, Prime Token. Thank you, mods. Shout out to the mods. Keeping everyone safe every day. I opened my door because a lot of times on my break I like to open my door, open my windows, and like let the cool air come in a little bit. But I opened the door and it was the same temperature. It was just the same hot. Then I was like, ugh, never mind. I closed the door. Exactly, Angio. That is how all of my fans have felt today. My fans have just felt like more hot. Fans only feel good whenever like I'm wet. Then it feels cold. But if I'm dry and the air's dry, it just feels hot. Tick tack. Tingle. Welcome back. Grab. Welcome back. Cryptopsy. Yes, we're talking about fans. barely have AC, so a fan and a spray bottle are lifesavers. Yes, I feel that, NGO. Honestly, I need a spray bottle. I do have one spray bottle right now, but I use it for cleaning, so it has water and vinegar in it. And I don't want to spray vinegar on myself. That does not sound nice. I should get another spray bottle so that I can have a cleaning spray bottle and also a human spray bottle. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Vinegar. Yep. The first electric fan was invented in 1886? That feels so long ago. I would have thought it was like 1920 something. Yes, Hagen, they should definitely be two different spray bottles. I would want the one that I use for not cleaning to probably be smaller, because I don't need that much water to just spray myself to cool down. Browser, let me load the app challenge. Okay, Matsumiki, welcome to the chat. Hello, hello, hello. Ruin Usk, Yusuke, hello, hello. I am staying as cool as I can, Welcome in. First ceiling fan was 1882. Damn, I guess that just goes to show how freaking hot it is. Like, very much. Like, I feel like, people cared much more about cooling themselves down than they did about doing other things that required electricity. The first priority once we figured out electricity was like, let's figure out how to cool ourselves down. Because this country, too hot. I just assumed in my head that ceiling fans were invented in America, but I have no idea if that's true. There's a lot of hot places. Might not have been America. Imagining an old British castle with ceiling fans. Yes. Honestly, that'd be great. Iceland instead, probably less hot. Yeah. How hot does it get in Iceland during the summers? Real question. I have no idea how hot it gets, but I'm sure it doesn't get into the 100s like it is right here. An old Bedouin tent with a ceiling fan. I think tents with ceiling fans are pretty good. Pretty good meme right there. 1902 was first modern house AC. Dang, we were on it. Absolutely on it. 1939 was the first car AC. Oh, that's another thing that's broken in my car. My car is falling apart right now. It's all cosmetic stuff though. It's all cosmetic. Thank goodness. But, I mean, do you count the AC as cosmetic? All of the things that are broken are borderline cosmetic. Nothing's wrong with like the engine and the insides, okay? But there's a lot of stuff that's wrong with my car. Um, Jason White, hello, welcome to the chat, welcome to the chat. Kerbrash? I don't know what Kerbrash is. Maybe? Does the car still smell like melty cat sand? No, I think we fixed it. I think the car does not smell anymore, which is good. It still smells a little bit weird, but it doesn't smell terrible. It's like it just smells like when you get in the car, it's like, oh, that's what this car smells like. It's not like, well, terrible. Thank God. Thank God. The first hand fans, I take issue with that statement, Lemon. I take issue with that statement. You know why? I think those are the first records of hand fans that we have. But I think humans have had hand fans for as long as humans have been around 200,000 years, okay? I don't think hot humans are stupid enough to not invent a hand fan out of like fat leaves. Sorry, yes, okay. Thank you. First recovered hand fans. Okay. That's alright. I understand. I'm being nitpicky. I'm being a nitpicky history person. Still, I value your fun fact. It's a good fact. From King Tutankhamun's tomb. Nice. Gotta cool down the dead. Sometimes the dead are too spicy. Heat wasn't actually invented until ancient Egypt. Oh my god, NGO. Does anyone know that Frenemies clip where Trisha's like, what if gravity didn't exist? What a great clip. A classic. Who invented gravity? Who even invented gravity? According to Google, average temperature for Iceland's summer is around 50. Honestly, that might be a little bit too cold for me, but that sounds great right now. Panda Punch with the name Trace. Panda Punch. Panda Jones. Panda Punch. Big. Egg. And. Dig. Ashk. Big. Yushk. And. Seek. Hk. One. No, not 1, 2. 2, 2. Thank you, Panda Punch. Ripper Standy, welcome to the chat. Yes, Lemon, you know. Actually, it wasn't Sir Isaac Newton that invented gravity. Yes. I can drop it if you don't want to talk about it, but what do you mean when you say humans are 200,000 years old? I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's the ish for humans, right? I'm pretty sure that that's the ish age of Homo sapiens, 200,000-ish. I wasn't making any statement at all about evolution. I was just saying that humans were 200,000 years old. 300,000? Okay. Welcome to McJake, I had a question. What do you think I look like based on my username? I think you look like a guy named Jake. I want to walk outside and get bitch slapped by cold, hard, icy wind. Yes, yes, absolutely, Sally. If Newton didn't go invent calculus, there would be less tears in high schools and colleges. Yes, yes. That is the ish. It's closer to 23,230,000. Wait, 230,000. I forgot how to say numbers for a second. Thank you, lemon. Thank you, lemon. Thank you, lemon. Click, clack. Click, clack. Click, clack. First ancestors were 5 to 7 million years. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Honestly, do we have any records of monkeys using fans? Do monkeys ever fan themselves? Because I'd believe it. Do they even do a hand fan like this? Do monkeys ever do like this? Oof. Do monkeys ever do like that? Click, click, click. Monkeys aren't real, kinda like birds. Monkeys are real. Monkeys are real. I think monkeys are real. I think birds. Hot take. I know this is a hot take. I think birds are real, though. It's like I believe in them. I believe in the birds. I believe in the bird stuff. The bird stuff, I think. Monkeys fart on each other to cool themselves. I do not think that's true. Farts are not cold. That would not work. That would not work. Cryptopsy. Hey, my cat's using her thing. Yay. Birds are real. Now that's blasphemy. That's what I believe. Okay? What I believe. Oh my goodness, Sansubean. Hello. Hello. Welcome to the chat. I'm doing well. I don't remember how to speak any Dutch anymore. I'm so sorry. I learned it for the video and I forgot it. I do need to make an updated version of that though, because the Dutch have fallen in my analytics, okay? The Dutch have fallen. They're not even close to the top with the highest average view time. I think it's, if I remember correctly, I think it's actually Iceland, which is hilarious because we were just talking about Iceland. But here's the thing about view time. The view time stats on YouTube. For those of you who don't know, I did a video for the Dutch because for a long time on my channel, the Dutch had the highest average view time per video. My average view time overall is something like 4 or 5 minutes, which is standard. Like, ASMR videos are long, people click and then they click away. In America, I think it's around 5 or 6 minutes. But in the Netherlands, it was like 11 minutes or something crazy. That was the average, which is like so much higher. And now the average in the Netherlands, probably because of that video, is a lot lower. Because it pulled a lot of, I guess, traffic probably from people who spoke Dutch. But yeah, now I think the country with the highest average It might be Iceland, it might be Denmark. I can't really remember. But the way that countries get the highest average watch time is really just by having like very few people in the country watching my videos, because the very few people in that country are like watching a video to the end, and it's like really exploding the stat. Whereas in places like the US or the United Kingdom or Australia, places that speak English, places where there's a lot of YouTube traffic, there's no chance they're ever gonna have the highest average watch time. Yes, a fickle bunch you are, Senzupi. A fickle bunch. The first modern human popped up around 300,000 years ago. Okay. Cool. Well, we have the skull and a few bones. I've never found anything else. Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King. Thank you for your prime. I love how many pumpkins there are in my chat. Can I just say pumpkin? Pumpkin King, I appreciate your pumpkinness. I appreciate your pumpkinness. Pishk, you, P, Kishk, I, Hansk, Kishk, Isk, and G, Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King, Pumpkin King. Yes, I have an affinity with pumpkins. My online name, not for content creation, but just the name that a lot of my friends have called me online for a long time, because it's been one of my usernames for a long time, is squash based. The username isn't squash, but I've had names that are squash based usernames, and squash is generally what a lot of my online friends call me. And so I have a kinship with the pumpkins. Okay, I have a kinship with the pumpkins. Squash and pumpkins. Little Sharky, little Sharky, little Sharky. Little Sharky, I'm so glad that you were able to stay awake long enough for your tarot read. Little Sharky, 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 little Sharky. Okay, let's see. We have the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords, the Nine of Wands, the Nine of Wands, and the Lovers. So really what I'm feeling here is tension, little Sharky. There's tension. And I think it's kind of a, little Sharky, have you ever had like a really good friend? Or a crush? Could be a crush. A really good friend, or a crush, or an engagement with someone where kind of the way that you flirt, or the way that you like banter is like a little bit contentious. You kind of like play fight with them a lot. I'm feeling that right here. I'm feeling like you're play fighting with someone, and it's good, but it's also tense. And I feel like maybe you could do with a little bit more sweetness in this engagement, because maybe like the energy between y'all, the energy between y'all is strong. There's a strong connection, Um, so it's not like a bad connection, but like you're kind of maybe leaning too far into the banter, contentious stuff. And you can maybe benefit from allowing a little bit of sweetness to come through, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. And hey, little sharky, little sharky, little sharky, little sharky, little sharky. Sometimes you gotta be the first one to show your heart a little bit, to show your skin, to show your vulnerability. I know it's so scary. I know it's so scary. But I think that if you just show that vulnerability just a little bit, allow a sweet moment to happen, even if it's not reciprocated immediately, I believe that it will be appreciated and reciprocated perhaps in time. You know what I mean? Sometimes it takes people a little bit of loading time to respond to new stimuli. I think that it's a positive reading. Because, like, look, the Lovers and the Knight of Wands, the Knight of Swords, these are good energies. These are great energies. This is such play, fun fighting. There's just a little bit too much. Both of you have a little bit too much of your walls up. Okay? And it's natural to have your walls up. At the beginning. But y'all have great synergy. Y'all are reading each other's energies. Y'all are connecting. Y'all are genuinely connecting. But yeah, you can maybe do with just as the next step of this evolution, as the next step, you can just open up those walls just a tiny little bit. See what happens. I have the World card tattooed on me. I wonder what it looks like in your deck. People have gotten it before. It's actually kind of different in this deck. In this deck, I kind of interpret it a little bit differently than I do in other decks because in this deck it feels a little bit more mysterious, and there's a sense of vastness. That's a little bit intimidating with the World card in this deck. So I still kind of interpret it as ultimate freedom, choices, the world at your fingertips, But I think it has a little bit more of a scary vibe to it as well, depending on what other cards are in the reading. It can be like a little bit of feel like it has a touch of mystery, a touch of mystery, a touch of darkness, a touch of darkness to it. Relax, relax, relax. Whoever lives above me keeps dropping things. Relax, 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 relax. We have a name trace for Yaknos. Y, shk, A, kl, K, kl, kl, N, kl, O, shk, S, E, kl, Yaknosa, Yaknosa, Yaknosa. The children of the night have entered the walls. Oh gosh, I hope not. Luckily, the really loud family does not live above me. They live across from me. If they lived above me, we might have some issues. We might have some issues. Tick-tack, clickety-clack, tingle. Tick-tack, clickety-clack, tingle, 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 tingle. Shka, kuta, 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 kuta. Victor, hello, welcome to the chat. Princess, hello, welcome to the chat. Why do I feel like you smell like fruit snacks? I don't know. I don't know why you feel like that. Sounds like something you gotta work through on your end. She smells like good perfume after looking at her collection. Oh my goodness. I don't have any fancy perfume. I just have the samples. I just have the samples. But the samples do be smelling good. The samples do be smelling good. I don't mean it in a negative way. Well, thank you. So there actually was, for both of you, Little Sharky and Princess. I don't remember what the name of the scent was, but so for those of you who weren't here last weekend, and I talked about this on my Wednesday stream, I believe. Last weekend, for the first time, I went to like a fancy perfume shop, and I smelled a lot of things, and I tried to figure out what I liked. There was one thing that I smelled that totally smelled like fruit snacks to me, and I didn't want it. I didn't want that kind of smell like on my body. It wasn't really me, but I did enjoy it. It was fun to smell. I liked it, and there was a perfume that totally smelled like fruit snacks. You give off smelling like cats. You know what? That's fair. I don't smell like cats. I will say I'm actually pretty like sensitive to cat smell. I don't like cat smell very much, so I work pretty hard to make sure that my life doesn't smell too much like my cat. Samples are all I need, again, for sure. Encore du Temps. Yes, I did like Encore du Temps. I think my favorite one was Remember Me. Remember Me, Remember Me. But I also had Encore du Temps and then Sadhanasa, Sadhanasa. And I also really liked Lost Alice. Nice, nice, nice. Tick tack tingle. Tick tack tingle. Tick tack tingle. Of all smells to be good on men and women, I feel like Eros is a good name for that. Eros and Psyche, one of my favorite Greek pairings, truly. Eros and Psyche, Eros and Psyche, Eros and Psyche. I bought a bottle when I turned 18 and got my first job. It's still like Apple. Yeah, I feel like that's generally how it goes with perfume. You go through it really, really slowly. Stronger with you is good. Nice to know, young. I really like coconut smells. I like coconut smells too. Coconut smells are good. But just like the tarot said, the Eros perfume reminds me of a certain person, which I love, have a love-hate relationship with. Oh, little sharky, oh, little sharky, oh, little sharky, oh, little sharky. That is how it is sometimes, isn't it? That is how it is. Little sharky, little sharky. I'm sensitive to strong smells, so I can't get into perfume boutiques. Whenever I walk close to one of the salesperson or like smell the sample, I gotta run away from them. And that's fair. I don't know why I have to clear my throat so much tonight, but I also have to keep itching my foot tonight. I just have itchy feet. And bonky feet, clearly. I used to not be able to walk into Smoothie King. Also, I don't know how big the Smoothie King franchise is, okay? I'd mentioned this to someone the other day. Apparently there's no Smoothie Kings in the Pacific Northwest. But Smoothie Kings are a big thing in the South, okay? They're a big smoothie, like fast food smoothie chain, basically. I used to not be able to walk into Smoothie Kings because the smell was too overpowering. It made me like nauseous, and it's a very fruity smell. It's not like a foodish, savory smell. It's like a fruity smell, and I love fruit, but something about the Smoothie King smell was just way too much, way too overpowering for me when I was a kid. Little sharky, yes, that does sound like a good compliment, yes. Click, click. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack, click, clack. I used to always use like this pumpkin spice lotion, and I really liked it. I actually still really like it. It's like a pumpkin spice smelling lotion that I think is great. And that's like my kind of casual go-to lotion, I guess, for when I'm just chilling. And there's a person in my life who apparently just always thought that I smelled like sweet potatoes. And they didn't tell me for a very long time. And like, they just always assumed I was like cooking sweet potatoes all day or something. And I'm pretty sure it was this pumpkin spice lotion, which is hilarious, truly hilarious. It's not a bad smell, sweet potatoes, right? But it's also not exactly the goal, not exactly my hands are the fault of sweet potatoes in the winter and cantaloupe in the summer. I haven't been eating too much squash or sweet potatoes in the past couple months because it's been so hot, so I haven't been using a lot of heat in the kitchen, but I do eat a lot of cantaloupe. And so all year round I have something orange to eat. Click, 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 clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack. Cat bonk, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack, clickety clack. Click, 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 click. I found a really nice lotion from a little homemade shop called Graveyard that's built to smell like funerary flowers and dirt. That sounds kind of nice, Prime Token. That sounds kind of nice. I like that. I like that. That's a very odd thing to say, but does anyone else get self-conscious when someone calls them baby or babe? I feel like everyone has their preferences when it comes to those kinds of words of endearment. I have a sneeze in my nose. I held it in. I contained it. I contained it. I contained it. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Okay. Yeah, I feel like everyone has their preferences when it comes to pet names. Some names make some people uncomfortable, and some names make other people not uncomfortable. Very personal preference with that. Never cansado. Hello, welcome to the chat. Spread the love. Yawn, yawn, yawn. Scritch. Sneeze into a yawn. Sneeze into a yawn. Scritch, 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 I washed my hair today and it feels very nice and clean. Very nice and clean. Everyone, relax your jaw. Relax your shoulders. Give your scalp a little scratch. Give your scalp a little scratch. Give your scalp a little scratch. Scratch, 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 scratch. Get that brain blood flowing. Brain blood flowing. Let your cat bonk your mic. Good night, little sharky. Good night, little sharky. Good night, little sharky. Sleep well. I hope you sleep well. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack. Click, clack. Clickety clack, tick tack, tingle. Clickety clack, tick tack, tingle. Maria Leonor. Hello, hello, hello. Hi. Click, clack, tingle. What's y'all's favorite animals? Mine are raccoons or sharks. I like blue whales, blue whales, blue whales, blue whales. What's the fanciest outfit you have? Well, I have a Run Fair outfit. That is a fancy corset. And so whenever I first used this outfit, it was for a LARP. It was for a LARP. and I was a circus performer in the LARP, so it's not very classic Ren Bear vibe, but I sometimes wear 2 Ren Bears because it's the most applicable thing I have, but it's really more of a circus performer outfit, so it's a kind of intricate corset and then like white puffy shorts, and red tights, and I don't even remember, I used to wear red boots with it, but I don't think I have those boots anymore. And I had like a shrug that I wore over it. I don't know if that's what you meant by fancy though. That's probably, I mean, it's fancy, but it's like, it's a costume. It's a costume. Probably the most classically fancy thing I have is I always keep a nice black dress for funerals at the ready. I always have a funeral dress at the ready because you never know. You never know. You know? That's probably my fanciest outfit. And it's just a black dress. But like, you know, it's fancier than this. Hello, Just Achilles. Hello. My favorite are magpies and jellyfish. Excellent choices, pumpkin spice. Excellent choices. I don't know if that shirt is pretty fancy. And Gio, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing. Just wait until someone dies, okay? Just wait. Just wait. Is that a threat? No threat. No threat. Siberian tigers and bald eagles. Another great choice, Simply Solus. Simply Solus, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Cucumber, poor Morcus. Cucumber. A cucumber sandwich. That sounds good, pumpkin spice. Cucumber sandwich with some hummus, some tomato, some alfalfa sprouts. Maybe some banana peppers. What else do we want in there? A good seed bread. Click, clack. You got it, NGO. You got it. Ophelia by the Lumineers. Lavender. It's a good word, critopsy. Some avocado, good choices. Salt and pepper. Yes. What's your position on tabbouleh salad? I think it's good. I think it's good. Definitely not like a regular for me, but I think it's good. I think it's good. Alright. Let's read this Ophelia. When I was younger, I should have known better, and I can't feel no remorse, and you don't feel nothing back. I got a new girlfriend here. Feels like he's on top, and I don't feel no remorse, and you can't see past my blindness. Oh, Ophelia, you've been on my mind since the flood. Oh, Ophelia, heaven help the fool who falls in love. I got a little paycheck, you got big plans, you gotta move, and I don't feel nothing at all. And you can't feel nothing small. Honey, I love you. That's all she wrote. Oh, Ophelia, you've been on my mind, girl, since the flood. Oh, Ophelia, heaven help the fool who falls in love. Oh, Ophelia, you've been on my mind, girl, since the flood. Oh, Ophelia, heaven help the fool who falls in love. Oh, Ophelia, you've been on my mind, girl, like a drug. Oh, Ophelia, heaven help the fool who falls in love. Good song, good song, good song, Angio. Relax, relax. Relax, relax. Relax, relax. Relax, 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 Burrow, the tarot read. Were you a choir kid? No. I was a band kid. I was in music ministry, which is church choir, for, I guess, 5 years. But that was not real choir. That was not real choir. Burrow. Okay, interesting. We have the 5 of Pentacles. Pharaoh and do a little dance. Nice, that's so sweet, Pharaoh. the Five of Pentacles and the Queen of Pentacles. And the Four of Wands. The Four of Wands. There's a motif that I have in my own head frequently. I call on it frequently. And it is going apple picking in a war zone. Going apple picking in a war zone. And it's a good thing. And this is what that reading feels like. Usually whenever I use that metaphor, I'm talking about visiting your grandma during COVID because it's been 2 years and you love her and miss her. And you're probably fine. That's what I mean by going apple picking in a war zone. You are a child in Germany in 1943. There's air raids all the time, and you're a little kid, but you sometimes need to go apple picking. You sometimes need to go apple picking. And that's kind of what I'm feeling for you, Virgo. I'm feeling like there's a rough situation in your world or in your life. A rough situation in your world or in your life, okay? But within that rough situation, you're being, you're gonna be like blessed with some tools to find some beauty. Some tools to find some beauty and specialness and a sense of abundance even within the winter. Yes. The Four of Wands is really like charm, good luck, good fortune, charm, good luck, 1111, make a wish. It's a wish, a dream card, wish and a dream. And then the Queen of Pentacles is a very nurturing, caring provider. My reference for the Queen of Pentacles is walking into your grandmother's house, another grandmother moment, walking into your grandmother's house and her immediately being like, you want some pop? Have you eaten? That is Queen of Pentacles energy. So I feel like, yeah, even within some sort of rough situation, some sort of winter, you are going to be able to find and celebrate beauty and simplicity in a little thing, but that little thing can mean the world. Okay? That little thing can mean the world. That's straight up every Filipino parent. Are you hungry? No? I'll just make something. Yeah, I think that's a lot of parents. I love your metaphor, but I get it. Trying to find the silver lining. Yes, Barone. I'm used to hearing people online call it pop. Yeah. I don't usually call it pop, but like my grandmother does. My mama. I walk into my mama's house and she's like, you want some pop? I got some pop in the fridge, in the cooler. I got some pop in the cooler. I got some new pop at the store. I never saw pop like this before. My grandma calls it pop. Yeah. Welcome to the chat, to Tesla's doctor, and go plant a tree. Never recovered from being offered a Coke and handed a Sprite. Yes. Did you accept the pop though? Never say no to a grandma. Honestly, I think one of my like biggest regrets in life was saying no too often to my grandma, okay? I feel like I was just a really quiet kid, and I didn't understand that like accepting gifts from people was oftentimes serving them and helping them, because it helps them know that they can like love you correctly. But if you don't give people a way to love you, especially old people when you're a kid, it can be really hard for them to feel like they're loving you properly, you know what I mean? I don't think I said yes to my grandma's pop enough as a kid. Because sometimes I was thirsty, but in my head I was just like, I don't want to make my mama like get up and walk to the cooler and get the pop out, or like I don't want to get up and open the cooler and then like have to ask her like which ones are okay, and probably any of them would be, but like in my head it was just a very daunting thing to say yes and then make more things have to happen. So I feel like I would just say no a lot whenever I was a kid. But I should have said yes. I should have said yes to my mama. Yes, cherish your granddad and grandma. So true. Oh, Ferome, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the gifted sub. Ferome. Oh, yes. Thank you, Ferome. Thank you, Ferome. Thank you, Ferome, so much. Thank you, Ferome, so much. Thank you. up somewhere beyond the blue. Angels beckon me through heaven's open door, and I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Oh Lord, you know I've got no friends like you. If heaven's not my home, Lord, what will I do? Angels beckon me through heaven's open door. I can't feel at home in this world anymore. Loyal Casey with the 3-card tarot reading. Let's see what the cards have for you. Loyal, 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 loyal. Uncle Sweetheart, that is, this world is not my home. This world is not my home. Loyal Casey, loyal Casey, loyal Casey, loyal Casey. Hi, Destructicon. Hello, 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 hello. Destructicon. Loyal Casey, loyal Casey, loyal Casey, loyal Casey, loyal Casey, loyal Casey. What do we have for you? Loyal Casey. Okay. Loyal Casey. We have the 9 of wands, the 9 of wands, the 9 of wands, the 9 of wands. The Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords, the Knight of Swords. And the 7 of Swords, the 7 of Swords, the 7 of Swords. Loyal Casey, I'm getting like a very kind of like aggressive vibe from this reading. I feel like your defenses are really high up right now. Your defenses are really high up right now, and you're probably very like reactive to any sort of threat, to any sort of threat, to any sort of threat. And I would say that your reaction is probably like swift and your reactions are not misinformed or like illogical, but your defenses are just really, really high up, really, really high up. I feel like you feel a certain pressure to protect yourself, very bristly energy here, bristly kind of porcupine-ish energy, bristly energy. I don't know what exactly it is that you are nervous about or scared of, but I feel like your defenses are so high up right now, Loyal Casey, that it's making it probably hard for you to engage with the world in a way, and like in a really, really full way. Because it's hard for you to put your heart out there right now. But Loyal Casey, I think even though protecting yourself is important, and even though even though your defenses are strong, and even though you're safe and you've kept yourself safe in this way for like a long time, and it's efficient and all of that, and even though you could stay like this, I feel like there's an opportunity to open yourself up to the world a little bit whenever you're ready. Okay, loyal Casey. You are just as worthy of enjoying life as anyone else. You are just as worthy of enjoying life as anyone else. It's okay to put yourself out there. People put themselves out there every day, and they mess up, and they embarrass themselves. And it's okay because a lot of times they put themselves out there and it feels great. And it's just a balance that has to happen sometimes. But being afraid of opening yourself up to the world at all, even though it leads to a much less maybe messy or volatile life, it also leads to a much more secluded and hardened life. But, yeah, softening your heart to the world might be a worthy endeavor, whenever you're ready, in your own time. Oh, Destructicon, we miss you too. Click, click, clack. Hi, Isolated Matrix. I'm doing great today. How are you? I'll do my best. Oh, I believe in you, loyal Casey. I believe in you. Clickety clack. Tick tock, clickety clack, tinkle. It's important to accept the love that people give, not just the one we think we deserve, because we're pretty bad at judging what we deserve. Yes. What an excellent piece of wisdom from Destructicon. Yes, I'm doing great tonight, Destructicon. I have just been, doing tarot readings, singing a little, humming a little, chilling out. Bearing the heat. It already feels so much better, y'all. It already feels so much better. I have mastered this heat wave, okay? I closed all my windows on time. I kept my windows closed. I didn't cook anything all day. I kept the temperature in here under 95 degrees, I'm pretty sure. I've done it. Just gotta rinse and repeat for the next couple days. Click. I've been doing some inner reflecting. Oh, that's so good, Destructicon. I'm jealous. I want to sit under the stars. Oh my goodness. I want to sit under the stars and watch the sky for a while. That would be nice. I don't know what's stopping me. I could just do that any day of the week if I wanted. I should get out. And stare at the sky. I would recommend driving out during your fake weekend. Okay, yes. Alright, I will. I can go do that after stream. Very true. The shower peaks tonight and tomorrow. Good to know. Very good to know. Click. Yes. Banana cat. Clouds are a bit of a hassle. I wonder if it's cloudy where I am right now. I'll check. weather says it's not cloudy outside. So maybe I can go outside tonight and catch some stars, catch a falling star and put it in my pockets. Destructiconga, that would be a great lake. I would love to see that for myself as well. Sure, Destructiconga, and what can I do? Let me take a look for those roasted, toasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted, toasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted and toasted coconuts. Yes, fictional. That was Once Upon a December. Let me take a look for those roasted and toasted coconuts. Can I take a look for those roasted and toasted coconuts? Let me take a look for those roasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted toasted coconuts. The last time I saw them, they were in the bubble bath where they did not belong. Roasted toasted coconuts do not belong neither in the bubble bath, nor do they belong in the frying pan. They belong in the oven, because that's where you roast and toast coconuts. You do not fry them. You do not fry them in a frying pan. You do not bathe them in a bubble bath. You roast and toast the roasted toasted coconuts in an oven, or perhaps in an air fryer, or a toaster oven, Let me take a look for those roasted toasted coconuts. They'd better be in the oven or in the air fryer. They'd better be in the oven or in the air fryer or in the toaster oven, those roasted and toasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted and toasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted toasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted toasted coconuts. Let me take a look for those roasted toasted coconuts. Coconuts. I found it. I found the roasted toasted coconut. It was right here all along. This is it. This is the roasted toasted coconut for the night. You thought I found my strength card. No, the strength card is so lost. I have no idea where it is. No, I'm just sitting because I want to tonight. I'm just sitting because I want to. Just because I want to. Stretch. Could you have put it in a book? I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would put it in a book, or in a nook, or in a house, or with a mouse. Good night, Distracted Gungan. Good night, Distracted Gungan. Good night. Good night. Have fun with the stars. Don't forget that you're the real star, okay? Don't forget that you're the real star. Shka, click, click. Click, click. Click, click. Yawn, 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 yawn. Oh, you shush, Destructo Gungan. Click, click, click. Clickety clack. Clickety clack. Clickety clack. Clickety clack. Click clack. Click clack. Click clack. Click clack. No, NGO. I get the sparkles in my eyes from eating my vegetables. Okay? I get the sparkles in my eyes from eating my vegetables. You gotta eat your vegetables, okay? Every time you eat a vegetable, you get another sparkle in your eye. Every time you eat a vegetable, you get another sparkle in your eye. That's what my mom and pa told me. Every time you eat a vegetable, you get another sparkle in your eye. Shk, 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 shk. Oh my god, Angia. That's dark. That's pretty dark. That's pretty dark. That's pretty dark. Does fries count as vegetables? I guess we can make a pass just for you for home. Fries can count as vegetables. Fries can count as vegetables. Click, 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 click. Alaska Airlines fan 1366. Hello, welcome to the chat. I've never flown Alaska Airlines before, but I've always kind of wanted to. I've always kind of wanted to fly Alaska Airlines. Gotta admit. Weird sounds. Weird sounds from my apartment. Oh, hello Ninky. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. If you fly in or out of Seattle, there's a good chance you'll fly Alaska. I feel like if I were going to Seattle, I'd probably just end up driving, but who knows? Might be a haunted apartment. Spooky season is near. That's true. Spooky season is near. That's so true. We're approaching it. We're approaching the spooky honestly, I don't think I would fare well driving to Seattle right now with my broken AC in my car. But luckily, I have no reason to fly to Seattle, or to go to Seattle, so I don't have to worry about it. Seattle is my favorite of the South Canadas. Nice, nice, good. I've been to Seattle once, and I did really enjoy it. I did really enjoy Seattle. This past week I didn't get to the mail in time to get the notice that warned that they were repaving the old road outside my apartment. So I drove through a bunch of fresh pavement. There's tar on my car. Hagen. That sounds kind of terrible. Oh my gosh. That's so scary. Diego Saki, hello. Thanks for passing by. Thank you for your well wishes. Kafka, what's up, Kafka? believe in ghosts. I believe in the supernatural. I believe in the supernatural for sure. Ghosts, it kind of depends on what you mean, I think. Keaton, thank you for your prime. Thank you for your prime, Keaton, Keaton, Keaton. Thank you for your prime, Keaton. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Kish, E, T, O, N, 0, 6, 1, 6. Thank you, Keaton. I hope you didn't mind the name trace with the background music of my cat using her litter box. Thank you so much for your primes. Okay, I'm glad you understand, Keaton. I'm glad you understand. If you could have one superpower, I think, gosh, it's a difficult question to answer. I think probably breathing underwater, though. That's what I'm feeling like today. But that could change tomorrow. But right now, I want to go deep sea swimming. And so I would like to breathe underwater. I would like to breathe underwater. Oh, I'm sorry for the bonk. That was me. All me. Yes, Agan, of course, necessary. I would like to be able to survive the pressure changes of the deep sea, for sure. And I would like to be able to see underwater. I would like to have better night vision. I need all of those things. All of those things. Game Marseille, hello. Game Marseille, hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. I'd like the ability to send people to the sun. Damn it, Gio. That's something. But I think another superpower that I fantasized about having for sure is like dream walking. Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles. And the Three of Wands. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So, I'm kind of feeling like maybe a pyro, something in the past, was not, it might not have been handled in the best way, and you're maybe gonna be paying for it in like the near future, maybe gonna be paying for it. I don't get the sense that this is any kind of big catastrophe or big deal, but I feel like some organization in the past, like there wasn't quite enough forethought. And there was maybe a little bit of messy communication in the past. And that's kind of about to play out. For you. And there might be a little bit of a chaotic moment because of that. A chaotic moment. The Five of Wands is really kind of, it can be kind of a chaos card. And then the Three of Wands is communication between multiple different parties. And then the Seven of Pentacles is kind of the reap what you sow card. Reap what you sow. So, yeah, I feel like I just found your channel last night and downloaded it today, and you're just on here. I am just on here. Hello, Reema. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, I feel like a pyro. There was maybe something that like wasn't perfectly managed in the past, and you're gonna kind of pay for that in the future a little bit. But yeah, I don't get a massive sense of catastrophe. Just kind of a like, okay, that was a mistake, now we gotta fix it. Okay, that was a mistake, now we gotta fix it. That was a mistake, now we gotta fix it. That's kind of how I feel a pyro. Tick tack tingle. Tick tack tingle. Riki tiki tavi. A sign that I thought too much about is this. I choose telekinesis from a practical standpoint. You could grab things that are out of reach. You could lift yourself into the air so you could fly. You could play pranks like nobody's business. Telekinesis definitely sounds like a fun one. Again, definitely sounds like a fun one. For sure. granted, I don't think there's necessarily something supernatural about it. At least that's how I feel. Maybe you're saying that there is something supernatural about it. But I feel like definitely we have a lot of subconscious signals from one another in everyday conversations. That we don't even know that we're perceiving all the time. Some people are aware that they're perceiving other people's emotions and thoughts based on their body language, their tone of voice, everything that you can see in their eyes and in their language. And then there's some people who don't even realize the data that they're picking up on. I would actually say that most people are oblivious to the data that they're picking up on, but they're still kind of reacting to it, storing it in their heads, right? And yeah, responding. Yeah. Spread the love, spread the love, spread the love, spread the love. Spread the love, spread the love, spread the love, spread the love. All of you have already brightened my day so much, so much, so much. We don't even need the superpower of sunning because we're all just brightening each other's days. We're all sunning each other, I think. We're all sunning each other a little bit. Good night, random moose brains. Good night, random moose brains. Sleepo, 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 sleepo. Sleepo, sleepo. Sleepo, sleepo. Yes, alas, my friends, it is time. It is time. It is time. It is time to end the stream. I've had such a good time here, y'all. I've had such a good week. I've had such a good streaming week. Thank you all for hanging out with me. Thank you all. Thank you all. And I will see you all again on Wednesday. Let's see who we can read.